Well, howdy, folks. Thanks for tuning in. And I suppose I should let you know what you're tuning in for. So, we've been working on a wallet for the cryptocurrency called Dash, and it is a web wallet. So, we're building it here in a browser, and it's using some libraries built by CoolAJ86 to interface with the Dash cryptocurrency in JavaScript. So we have a design right here that this is all based on right now. Let's see. So, as you may have noticed already, this is the actual build. It's a pretty dang close match to what was designed. Oh, I just realized I missed the icons. That's the first time I've noticed that. All right. So we have gotten through a lot of this. We have generate new wallet or add an existing wallet. Both of those exist and function, at least last testing. I tend to use the add existing wallet the most because, well, I've got so many freaking recovery phrases that unless I have to test generate new wallet, I don't want to generate more recovery phrases to keep track of. So let's go ahead and walk through this. I'm going to go ahead and drop in a recovery phrase there, put in an alias, add the wallet, put in an encryption phrase, and encrypt. All right, so this should give us a functional wallet. So we've got the generated wallet, which includes a reference to our alias in the key store, which is actually what we need to interact with the wallet. We've got 20 addresses pre-generated here that are connected to the wallet. We have an alias here, which has kind of profile-ish information, and it has wallet information, or rather, wallets that are connected to the alias information, I should say. And then under contacts, we don't have any right now. Let's see. So this is one of the things we built in the last couple of streams here, is we can now enter a name and save that, and that will update our alias here. So now, actually, I got to refresh that first. Now we should have name right here, Jojo Byte, and preferred username Jojo. And this, I'm not actually sure why that updated. That shouldn't have updated, so I might need to check on why that did, but that just gives us a little extra profile information which is used for pairing. And I'm not going to do real contacts right now. I might do that later, but right now, if I go in here, maybe I will. You know what? I'm going to do a real pairing. So let me see. All right. I've got this window too. So in this different browser window, I'm going to add a different phrase than the other one. We call this one Mojo. Enter an encryption phrase and encrypt. All right, and then I'm going to come in here and say Mojo. Jojo. All right, save. And I'm gonna refresh just to make sure. Yep, still saved. Cool. So now if I click new contact here, I can copy this URI and I can paste it right here. And that got parsed. And then I can copy this URI and paste it here. So now I can click add, and I've got two contacts set up between these two wallets. So this is a lot of what I've been working on the past several streams. We don't yet have the ability to edit or delete. But before we get to that, while it's designed, what's higher on my priority list here is sending and requesting funds. And so as of the last thing I did in the stream, the last stream, I've added this drop down so you could select an alias, and it should work here as well. So it lets you select an alias from the drop down, and one of the things we've done here is, let me clear that out. If you click send or request, as you might notice here, it says send to contact or request to contact. So this is, I think, the last stuff I worked on in the last stream is I was testing using either incoming or outgoing. So send uses the outgoing wallet information, which this outgoing information correlates to what we copied from this wallet. So when we did that new contact, that copy URI that we got was this xpub. So whenever we will be sending funds or requesting funds, the sending funds uses our, let's see, our outgoing. The requesting funds uses our incoming. And every time you were to do this, we will increase the address index. We are not increasing it right now, or we are not incrementing it right now, but we need to get that added in. That's one of the things we need to get done in this stream, is every time you actually send or request, essentially both, let's see. Every time you do either of those, it should increment that address index. So what we did the last stream is just temporarily did it, which you can see right here, address index 1 versus address index 0. And just by incrementing those numbers, you can see the X key is still the same. So this one is the send, so it's outgoing. So it would have used this X key, X pub right here. So it took this X pub, and using the libraries built by CoolAJ86, we were able to import it and increase or set the address index, I suppose we should say. And once we set that index, it generates this address. And so this is where funds are actually sent to, essentially. And so we can generate a different address based on that address index. And we have to do that to send and request. It just changes whether it's incoming or outgoing. It changes which XPub it uses, essentially. Let's see. So by getting this figured out, we've got to step up for the start of the stream here. So we should be able to kind of hit the ground running. Because a lot of this is the information we were going to need. We just need to figure out the address index incrementing, which we've already done similar things. So, for example, when you click new contact, it increments, let's see. So when you click new contact, it increments the account index. And so we essentially need to implement that, but for the address index in the actual contact. And while I have address index in here, it's not super helpful. And the reason it's not helpful is it kind of needs to be tied to the account index. So essentially, I probably need to combine these somehow. So maybe instead of this, we could have an indexes field or HD path, or maybe just a path field. And we could include the account index and the address index in one single property. And then we would modify only the address part of the property when we need to increment it. But we need something in here so that we can keep track of those. And let's see. The reason we need both of those is when you import, I suppose you can't do much more than import a previous recovery phrase, but at some point within stage one, we will have import and export of all the wallet data. And if you import all of your wallet data, you will want to check. For example, we've got these 20 addresses, and we've got some functionality here that runs a balance check on each address. And we're going to have to do that for every single address used. And you don't necessarily want to be, generating 1,000 addresses per account index, for example. So if you have, 5 contacts, for example, right now I only have one, but maybe one contact you send money to quite frequently, maybe it's once a week. Another contact, maybe you send once a month, and another contact, maybe you only send once a year, You don't want to be checking 1,000 addresses all the time for the person you only transact with once a year. And you probably don't want it once a month, because the number of addresses you're going to generate between is going to be, on the, let's see, 12 times a year, 12 times in 12 years, or, so you might have 12 addresses, or in 1 year, or 12 addresses in 12 years, like, point being, it would be a lot of data and work to do for something that you don't need. But what we end up needing to do for a web wallet like this is we will have to overcheck. So even if we know the last address index was, let's say, 5, we will probably want to check up to 25. In the off chance, like, you've generated a few and like 2 or 3 of the addresses haven't been used, but 7 down, one of the addresses is used. You want to make sure there's essentially 20 unused addresses, and then once you've got those 20, as long as they're all unused, you don't, well, at least I think we're not checking beyond that. But we're going to have to do that. So that will correlate to the main wallet. This we can treat as representing the main wallet. So that one will have at least 20 addresses, even for a brand new wallet. Each contact will have at least 20 for a brand new contact. And so that correlates to the incoming addresses. We probably don't need to do that for outgoing, at least not yet. The only reason I would see we'd need to do that for the outgoing addresses we generate is to verify a transaction has arrived where we meant for it to arrive. Assuming we can. I'm not sure we can, but I think we can. Yeah, we definitely can, because it's tied to the address. So essentially here, this is the public address. Let's find the 0 index. It's this one. So we're able to request from the Dash Insight API this address, and we're able to get the balance of that address. So if we know we've sent funds to one address, so we could verify that, but we probably don't want to do a bunch of extra work for essentially someone else's wallet. And the reason I'm thinking this way is we're essentially hitting a public API. So for these 20 addresses that were generated already, right here, we had to hit APIs for that. Let's hope I didn't clear anything. Oh, no, not seeing them. Maybe I did clear it. I must have cleared it. Or maybe I didn't have this open. I don't know. There should have been 20 checks. I feel like I'm missing something. Well, I'll try to show this later, but we've got so 20 of those, but this could quickly become something where we're hitting we have to do a check for each. So that's 20. And as far as I'm aware, there's no bulk request. It would be great if we could only hit it once and say, hey, we want information on all these addresses, and then we're not hitting an API and, inadvertently DDoSing the API, which, it's kind of bad form. Even if we have legitimate reasons for wanting to get the information, hammering a public API with thousands of requests isn't exactly ideal. Or even hundreds of requests. So right now we use this. And it's not loading. Angular not defined. That's funny. Well, this isn't the best example when it doesn't load. Oh, there we go. That's bizarre. Yeah, so we're essentially taking, where is it? Oh, we don't want that one. We want this one. So we're taking an address like this. Let's see if that copies. And we're searching this API. And then we're storing that value. And when we store that value, we give it an updated at. And so to also not be, rude, we're not triggering this too often. In any case, I've gone on way too long about this. That's essentially the recap, where we're at with things and where we need to go. We need to get this working so that funds can actually be sent. The other thing that I think would be handy is this, while it works for scanning a new contact, it works for scanning a new contact, but it's not set up right now to really work for the payment. So we're going to need to modify that as well. So this should be modified. Oh, and I'm also realizing I don't think I ever finished the drag and drop QR image upload. So that's something I need to finish. Might want to add that to my to-do list here. So it may be worthwhile, rather than wasting any time on that right now, to just hide it temporarily. I'm actually confused why that won't get smaller. Oh, that's why. So I might hide it for now. That's what I'm thinking right now. Yeah, I'm going to do that for now. And the reason why I'm doing that is we don't have a way to save the QR codes yet. I suppose you might be able to right click and save the file, but we don't have like an easy export that makes it clear what the QR is for. So it would just be a random QR, I think. Oh yeah, I should get some music started. Let's do that. All right, so we've got that. The other thing, I'm not gonna look into this unless I finish the send and request stuff. But apparently, Ryan tested out some of this new contact stuff and it didn't work in Safari, which I actually don't have an easy way of testing Safari right now as I don't have a Mac. But oh, I just have this thought. I think Safari used to work on Windows. I don't know if it still does, but I've never checked if it runs on Linux. Using Wine. Okay, so that would be, how old is this? 2022? I thought they had discontinued Safari for Windows, unless that installer looks really old, so it makes me think they did discontinue it. So theoretically, I might be able to run it that way. Yeah, so yeah, no longer supported. Yeah, so a version from 2015, that might not cut it very well. Yeah, so I don't have an easy way to test this. I might need to, I don't know, see if Kool-Aid J86 can test it out and tell me what errors are coming through, if there's any errors. Some of the stuff that supposedly wasn't working should have worked. Like I could see, for example, the QR code thing not working. That makes sense. But I don't know why in here copying this and then pasting it, it said that also didn't work. And as far as I'm aware, it should. I suppose the only other thing I could think of is maybe it was treated as invalid. That maybe could be it. So while this is working in Brave, this link here, well, I guess I copied it. Let me just copy this one. I'll paste it over here. So we've essentially got this. So it might be because of this right here. The way this works out right now is the question mark, even though these are, I'm going to do this just to make it more clear, I think. So Xpub is the first one, kind of like these ones have an ampersand. The question mark is the first thing that gets shown, and ampersand is just saying, oh yeah, also include this. Oh yeah, also include this. You know, just like a normal and sign. So what I'm thinking is, because web dash does not have anything after it, like, you know, a domain or something, maybe that's what's breaking it in Safari. They might have restrictions against that, or maybe they have restrictions against using the double slash, so maybe that would work. I'm actually not sure. The other thing, I suppose, is this copy URI. That could possibly not be working. So maybe, I guess I'll need to verify that, but maybe they click the copy and it didn't actually copy, and so they're not able to paste it. I'm not sure. But it, if I understood correctly, it did sound more like, let's see. When I paste in a URI to the contact address, field should that parse out the data and populate the other fields. So it does sound like he was able to paste in this field. And if that was the case, it sounds like he was able to copy the URI. So as far as I'm aware, nothing in this field should have prevented that from parsing, unless there was a parse error. And I suppose maybe so we're using the URL. Let's see, do I still have it open here? Guess not. So we're using this URL constructor. So we're saying new URL to generate. Wait. Let me see real quick. So that URI. So, for example, this shouldn't break. That definitely should not break. So, if it includes a colon, I think, unless Safari is really outdated, but I think this should be available in Safari. I suppose I could check real quick. Includes is slightly newer, but it's been in browsers for a long time now. Yeah, I mean, Chrome 47. I don't even remember what version Chrome is on right now. Edge 14, Firefox 43. I think Firefox is... I think Chrome and Firefox are both near or in the hundreds. Safari 9. So Safari 9 since 2015. Okay, so it shouldn't be breaking on includes. That's my point here. So if the URI, although, wait. This is showing me the array one. Let's see. Includes string. Just make sure they're not different. So, 40, no, it's the same. So yeah, almost all browsers have had it since 2015. So it should be there. So it shouldn't be breaking here. This split shouldn't break. Split has been around forever. So it should get a protocol and a params at the very least. Protocol includes dash. So we're essentially checking. Yeah. What just happened? So we're essentially checking if this part, that's the protocol portion, does it include dash? So we're not even checking for the web thing. We're just saying, hey, do you think you're the dash protocol? Web is just specific for if you have an installable web page. So that should be fine. Protocol should be a string. And then we would get into the parse dash URI. Otherwise, everything else, substrings have been around forever. And otherwise, we just return the URI. We just add it to a certain point on the result, and then we return the result. So there's really nothing in the parse here that should be breaking as far as I'm aware. So it is weird that it broke. Oh, wait. I did notice this in the last stream. I built this at 2 different times or like a couple different streams apart. And I think I implemented the parsing address field. So I implemented it in add contact. What am I thinking of? There was one other spot where I was messing with the URL. Maybe that would find it. Not show cancel. Oh, derp. It was in the same file. So I implemented the let's see, I'm going to reverse this. Okay, so I've implemented parse address in 2 locations. However, I did not implement it right here. So this could be it. Maybe it's breaking here for some reason. I don't think it should break here, but it could be. This is on submit. So on submit, it is running this, but even then, that's only on save. So submit is when you're saving it. The other ones should happen just when you paste it right here. Anytime you even edit the field, it should be checking this. So just having this and typing in here, that should be running. Let's see. Yeah, see that? Oh, actually, which bears in mind I implemented this debounce for the alias changing, but I did not implement anything for the address field change. So I should actually implement that for address and contact name as well, actually. But in any case, this shouldn't be breaking. The only thing I could think that might break is maybe, and this is a big maybe, if a new URL inside of Safari, maybe it doesn't parse the same way, especially if you're not using a normal URL. So by which I mean HTTP or HTTPS. Maybe it parses those fine in Safari, but because we used web plus dash, it doesn't. I'm not sure. That could be it. In which case, maybe it would respond fine to just dash, but without the plus. The only reason to have the web plus dash is so it is clickable in browsers that support installing this as a web app. All right, I've been talking long enough. I need to get into stuff. Oh my gosh, how have I been talking this long without doing anything? I guess I'm far enough into the project that there's a lot to cover and to recap on, but this was too long. I need to not do that in the future. All right, so let's line that back up. I guess we didn't really need it here. Okay, so since we eliminated the other one, let's check. So parsed address field would be that, I think. Looks like I might not need that. And scanned URL. So search params. Matter. Now I'm curious if I accounted for this. I can't actually recall. So we've got URI includes that. We split by that and check. Suppose we don't need that. Because we parsed the entire URL. Okay, we do account. That's what I was verifying. Is if address would be accounted for like I try to do right here. So I don't need that. And this is object from entries search. So I don't need that. Should be gotten from up there. And it looks like I don't need that anymore. And I don't need that. Or wait. That's just complaining that I didn't use address. So A or X. Is that right? Okay, so I think we could eliminate all of that. Info. I think we're going to want to update this. I had done some special stuff with the username right here in debounce. Oh wait, that might be fine actually. In this scenario, you're scanning the QR code. So this is actually fine. I don't need all of that. Bird username is fine. Here we do what? X key or adder. Not using info here. So A or X key. Okay, that's right. We've already got that essentially, and this is probably a better version. So X key or address, we prefer the X key over the address. So now we've got, yeah, I think that should work. So unless the problem was there, I don't think the problem was here. It sounded like it happened up in the first one here, but I'm hard pressed to understand why it would have broken. And this is where these get set. Yeah, all right. I am going to actually let me go ahead and test this out before I go and say it's all honky-dory. All right, so refresh. We're gonna do new contact, and where's our other window? There it is. Move this a little bit. I'm gonna do new contact. So I'm gonna copy that and paste it there. Looks like it got parsed to me, and it filled it out. And then I'm gonna copy that and paste it here, and that's working. All right, add. But I'm actually gonna wipe out the contacts real quick in both of them. And start fresh. Okay, refresh. Make sure I've refreshed everything before I sign off. So new contact, copy, paste, that filled out, copy, paste, filled out, add, and add. Okay. So I didn't see any errors, so I'm going to go ahead and assume this is working correctly. Oh, I should check before. One last thing. Let's make sure. So alias is Mojo, that's right. Info, Mojo Jojo, so that still got set. All right, I think it's working. In reality, though, because of the way the input is working, this one, oh, okay. The only way this would get triggered is essentially if you scan. So handle submit, when you click the scan button, it opens the scanning dialog. And if show scan is not equal to cancel, this is when it would get. So yes, it could still get triggered if you're scanning. But that wouldn't get scanned on pasting. So one of those should have worked. The fact that neither of them did in Safari is kind of weird. Okay, but that said, these are working. I'm going to commit this real quick. I do prefer having smaller commits. Let's see. All right, so let's say clean up URI parsing. Wait. All right. So one of the things I think I would like to do is actually move the send and request from main, which might be a little bit of work, but in the long run, it'll make my life a lot easier because this has been kind of hard to keep track of. So I'm actually going to do, see which is the smallest one here. 94, 68, not that one, 513. So let's copy, paste. We're gonna say okay, so now I come back here. I want to go up, do this, cut, save that, and I'm gonna replace all of this. Okay, and then in here, it is freaking out a little bit. I'm gonna assume we want more information rather than less for this one. So setup app state. I don't think we need body nav. We might want dash balance. Okay, and we need to add okay. We come back in here. What do we got complaining? Input amount. Okay, where did input amount come from? Interesting. You know, as that's the only one using input amount, I think we can move this into here. So oh, derp, that thing I just deleted. Oh yeah, I need that. Okay, scan contact render. Scan contact. Right. Oh, derp, it's there. I'm gonna copy that and go back. And say, paste that. Okay, and now what? Derive wallet data. Derive wallet data. Let's see, back in main. Whoops, don't want to search there. We use derive wallet data in a couple places. But I think we might be able to just do this. Okay, and we go back here. All right, so that got rid of all the errors. It doesn't mean this will be working right, but so what contacts? We might want to make sure we are passing contacts to the state. Yep, we are. All right, let's try to load this and see if anything complains. Nothing yet. That loaded. That worked. Hey, sweet. I think it's still working. That's pretty cool. that makes me happy. Wasn't expecting it to go that smoothly, but I'm really glad it did, because that shortens this file by what? Well, this is 1,000 lines now, and what was it with that? An extra 250 basically. I mean, I guess there's some wrapper boilerplate things that I'm doing here, but it's better, to be completely honest. And I mean, it went so smoothly. Makes me want to do it again. Maybe I'm getting greedy, but really makes me want to do, let's see. So almost all of these. Setup dialogue, that's what I want. So any of these setup dialogues, I essentially want shifted into their own rig. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and paste. And let's see. Let's do all that. I'm not going to call it wallet back. I'm going to call it phrase backup. Okay. So that's going to be a name change there. Did I miss the end? Where's the end of this? There it is. Okay, let's cut that phrase backup. I'm guessing we're not going to need input, whatever. So I'm going to paste that there. Hmm. Okay. See if we missed anything already. Oh wait, we probably did because I think we needed that in there. Is that right? Wallet encrypt. Show enough. Okay, so this might work. We'll need to clean these up if possible, but let's refresh. Okay, no complaints. However, let's actually go ahead and finish. Well, maybe we shouldn't. I'm not going to finish yet. I do want to start over from scratch just in case. So let me wipe out the data here and make sure this works. And even though it's a little bit tedious, I'm going to do them one at a time real quick. So add an existing. Oh wait, we did backup. So for backup, we're going to have to test generate, which means I'm getting another phrase. This is why I have lots of phrases, people. Sometimes you got to test this. All right, so that showed us the backup. It showed us the recovery phrase. I'm going to say I backed that up. I'm going to enter a test. Crypt. Gave us a wallet. Let's check wallet data here in IndexedDB. And we've got a wallet there. We've got 20 addresses. We've got wallets, preferred username, Jojo, and refresh works. Okay, so that worked. All right, that's a nice change. So we're gonna duplicate this again. And we're gonna say, this time, I think we wanna do wallet gen. So let's find the bottom. And I'm going to cut that. I'm going to come here and say phrase generate. I don't like how that did that. Let's go from bottom to top like I normally do. That often keeps the same indentation, which is what I wanted. And let's see. Instead of phrase backup, I'm going to say phrase generate. Uh-oh. Oh, that's my bad. So not that one, not that one, but that, and that. Wait, did it somehow miss that? Okay, so that's what we want. And then this, that's what we wanted. And phrase backup will be put in here. An alias regex comes from the constants, which I don't mind importing, I don't think. So I'm going to add that in there. Okay. So now we've got phrase generate rig. Come back to main. Oh wait, what happened here? Oh, I know why that's complaining, and we will fix it right now. So this is going to be phrase generate. And what I was going to do was, guess I'm not using store anywhere in here. So now phrase generate uses phrase backup. And we need to find that wallet gen phrase generate. Okay, so now we've shaved off another 200 lines. And let's test again before we go too much further. I don't love testing this each time, but okay, so now we need to generate new wallet, enter our alias, next. Some of these some of these phrases are kind of funny. They're almost memorable. It's almost like it was planned. Okay, so that generated. Let's check our local storage is right. IndexedDB. Wallets is there. With info, addresses got 20. Aliases is there, and contacts. All right, cool. So I'm going to count that as working. All right, so How many more have we got? So we've got 1, 2. So import and onboard. So let's move import now. Let's copy first though. So generate, let's copy and say phrase import. Back here, we're gonna cut that. Okay. Now we come back into here. Right. So if that's working, why is that complaining all of a sudden? I hate when it does that. It's got like an old reference, even though the file's been renamed. There you go. Just scroll it out of view. Problem solved. All right. Hmm. Okay. So nothing is missing here. Actually kind of surprised by that. But it is what it is. Right. Let's retest anyway. So this one's the import. Not that one. I want this one. Okay, so let's wipe out the data again. Your site data, refresh. Okay, we're gonna do add existing. And this is why we test things. Phrase import. 138. Yep. I don't think I need that one. Okay, let's try again. Uh-oh. Okay, that looks like it's probably worked better this time. So aliases and addresses and wallets. Okay, so that worked this time. And we've got one more we want to move. So setup dialog, onboard. Okay, and then back to onboard. We need those. Nope, not that one. Onboard. Okay, I'm kind of thinking that if all of this is handle click, it should actually be done inside of the setup contacts list. So where's handle click? Oh. I get why it's freaking out. I'm not changing that right now, then. Essentially, I had already refactored the dialogues so that they could be wrapped in this rig. And I don't know if React or other frameworks currently do this, but I know React used to have components and compositions. And so the rigs here are essentially compositions. They add a bunch of state to... I forget the exact definition, but that's why I didn't use composition. I didn't want someone coming in here and going, well, this isn't how React does it, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, it doesn't meet these 5 things. And, you know, I'm duplicating some of the functionality, but not all of it. And so, yeah, essentially I inject some extra stuff into the dialogue with the rigs. And so I'm able to keep the dialogue component here because it's used in so many instances. A lot of this is kind of boilerplate. And then the rigs override almost all of this. Or maybe not all of it, but depending on the dialogue, you can override a bunch of this stuff. And so that's what most of these rigs are doing, is overriding dialogue stuff. In fact, maybe all of them are dialogue. In any case, I think we need to test the onboarding. I don't think I've tested that yet. So let's wipe this out again. Okay, and add existing opens, generate opens. So I'm gonna do that and trade password, encrypt, ruh-roh. And this is why we test stuff. As you might be able to tell, some went haywire. It did change data. It generated aliases and addresses, but we're missing contacts. It doesn't seem to have set any error. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So what went haywire here? So onboard. Oh, I think I know already. See, onboard. So we've got that. Onboard is setup dialog. Actually, I don't know already. Oh, I have a theory. I think I do know. Now I know. So wallet encrypt gets defined there and then relies on onboard. But this relies on those. Interesting. Does phrase backup actually rely on onboard? I think it doesn't. Yeah, it's not using any of that or that. Okay, so we can change phrase backup and clean that up. Maybe that'll help us track things down a little better. What about generate? Generate is using these. It's already up to date. I think wallet or phrase import is already up to date. So now phrase backup, only wallet encrypt needs onboard. but on board needs those two. So if I move it, all right. But you know, we've cut this file down a bunch, so let's see how good our envoy works. So we've got the user info envoy, wallet funds envoy. So I'm gonna add a new one here and see if this works. Actually gonna comment that out. I don't think we'll need that. What we really need though is, I'm actually gonna shift this down while I work on it. This stuff. Okay. So onboard. I'm gonna do this. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so with that, let's get down to the rigs again. I'm gonna do it like this for now. All right. We're about to find out if this solves the problem. All right, moment of truth. Well, it loaded. That's a good sign. Or at least it didn't error, I should say. Let's wipe it out. And test again. From scratch, because it's on board that failed before. So that's good there. All right, add existing. Enter an alias, enter an encryption passphrase. Dag nabbit. Didn't work. So it got to wallet encrypt and choked. Let's see if we can actually get it to work like this. Nope. So onboard inside wallet encrypt is not getting closed. Because onboard depends on, all right, I want to log this. So wallet encrypt, I want to find onboard. Oh, derp. That could be why. I missed it. App dialogues dot onboard. Let's see if that actually fixes it. Because that's what I meant to do. I missed the one single thing that I meant to do. Let's clear. And refresh. And add existing. For our alias, add, test that, and it did fix it. Good. I'm not crazy. And I want to move that back down there to see if it'll still work like this. So let's wipe this out again. We're gonna refresh. All right, and add existing, enter an alias, enter a password. Okay, cool, that's working. What about refreshing? That looks okay. What about that? Yep. Okay, cool. Now that we've got that, I want to update these again to make sure that it's a little cleaner and easier to read. So we're not using onboard here. We need the others though. should do it like this. Okay, so inside of wallet encrypt, we do that. Send or request. Ooh, lots we can delete from send or request. Okay, scan. Oh, I'm not even using it here. All right, cool. If I don't need it, I won't include it. So scan. Where's scan? Okay. And phrase import. Okay, generate. Back up. On board. Oh, I'm not even using it in here. That's funny. All right, so edit. And and add contact. Okay, add contact. All right, those have all been simplified and reduced to just what they need. Let's make sure what's working is still working. So new contact, and refresh here, new contact. I'm going to copy that and paste and say Mojo B, not uppercase. Oh, something's going wrong. Why is that freaking out? That would be an add contact. Got alias regex right there. Should be right still. That's how it was already being used. I'm gonna see if I can. Oh, I know. Derp. I must not have support for. Okay. That's a derp on my part. Okay, so add and add. So in the regex, I don't have it supporting dashes or underscores or periods, which I probably should. That was an oversight. I don't really want to deal with it right this second, but I'm going to come in here and say needs support for dashes, underscores, and periods. Okay. Raise regex should be fine. Most of what I want to be certain about is I'm trying to decide here. I think in general you shouldn't let people add dashes or underscores at the start or end of usernames, essentially. And so while they should be supported, they should only be supported as not the first character and not the last character. And that's why it's not added, is I'll need to figure out the regex for that, and I don't want to do it right now. It's not that important to me. This other stuff, while I'm glad I just got to it, let's test this out real quick. Okay, so the dialogues still seem to be working, at least for the existing ones. Let's go ahead and clear this again and start from scratch. And the reason we're doing that is because we just... Where'd that go? Come on. Because we just reordered all of these internals, I just want to make sure I didn't accidentally mess something up and find out it's now missing something it needed. So I'm going to do generate here first. Again, hate doing this. I've got so many freaking phrases. All right, next. What's really going to suck is if it failed and then I have to do it again and again and again. All right, encrypt. That looks like it worked. That's set. This is set correctly. It refreshes. We've got no contacts yet, but that works. So we could do copy, paste, copy, paste. Oh, and we haven't set a contact name yet, so that makes sense. C and C, add contact, okay. All right, cool. So that's working out. Although I did just realize that. I'm gonna make a tweak real quick there. That would be in the contacts most likely. So contacts list, I think at the top here. Initials. So if info name, so we could do this. If no info name, then we try to set it, or no initials name, then we're going to try to set it again, and this time we're going to use alias. Or wait, if we're getting info, let me see here. Get avatar, item alias is user. Okay, I might want to switch this. So C contact, and we're going to do contact.info. And we can come here and say contact dot alias essentially we want this. So There we go. All right, so it tries to get the initials from the name. We could probably just do that. Okay. So if the name provides an empty string, then we try to set it based on the alias. So we go, if there's an alias or there's a preferred username, we get the first character, or we also provide an empty string. So that's how we're getting the J for JoJo C, even though there's no name set. And that's actually kind of funny. JoJo byte B, because if you had a first, middle, and last. I wonder what it would look like if there were like more than a few characters. Let's see. You don't look great, that's for certain. I wonder if text align does nothing. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just gonna suck for now. Maybe we'll find out a better solution, but in the interim, it's just gonna go outside of the area. But, you know, it's decent, all things considered. Okay, let me commit these changes real quick. Look at all that. Let me remove that real quick. Don't need that. And I don't need... Wait, where am I using wallet encrypt still? Let me check that. Glad I caught that. So we want state and app state. Okay, so now let's make sure that's still loading and that's still loading. No errors. Okay. Yeah, that's beautiful. Getting rid of that much stuff so that it's not all messing with my line of sight there. App dialog, send or request, render, show mobile. Alright, wallet encrypt. Okay, so I think that looks good. Contacts. Actually, this contacts one, I think I can safely commit separately. So let's say fix UI. So generate initial or avatar. Move dialogues from main.js to rigs. Individual rigs. Okay. Not what I intended to work on first thing here, but it's been bothering me so much, and it shaved off, you know, I think it cut main in half here because it was over 1,000 lines before that. I suppose I could, well, let's see what it looked like. So we'll look at that. Yeah, look at that. 1,220 lines down to 620. So 600 lines of code removed from this file. I mean, not all of it was deleted. Some of it was deleted, but just refactoring that made it so now when I go into main here, it's not nearly as overwhelming as it was. Because it really was overwhelming with all of those dialogues in here. I actually want to get this contacts list one moved too, but I don't want to do all the work to get that refactored right now. I didn't even want to do this refactor, but it has been a big enough issue that it was worthwhile. I do think that this probably doesn't matter if it's down there. It probably makes more sense to add up here. And at this point, That's nice. Okay. Honestly, I don't even need to provide this. Yeah, good. Ah, so much better. So much better. You know what? What do we got here? App state is needed. Load wallets for alias. Wallets get set there. I want to move this function. I don't want to do that right now either, as I'll probably have to like do app state and crap like that just to get it working. And then I'll have to find everywhere it's used, which it's used in several places now. Make sure it's getting past app state and user info and blah, 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 blah. So I don't want to do that right now. But doing that would also, I'm going to get rid of that. And that. All right, so decrypted recovery phrase. Oh, that's funny. It might be worth, so duplicating wallet encrypt and do a wallet decrypt, because this is essentially the wallet decrypt function. And so instead of having it defined here in main, I'm going to do that right now. So I'm going to cut that for now. And So we end up needing a wallet. Okay, so most of this stuff, name, submit text. So let's drop it right here for now. And all of these go here. And then events, we can take the submit. So cut that. And come to events, handle submit. And do that. Get user info. And decrypt wallet. Okay, so let's assume that we need to pass in these things. So let's see. Okay, so these could actually be moved in there if I've got wallets, which wallets is right there, which means I could remove those and do something like this. Maybe I'll move it up here. Okay. Okay, so let's do wallet decrypt. Okay, let's see. So wallet decrypt. All right, the way we can test it, well, let's make sure there's no errors. Not yet, anyway. And then let's come into here, session storage. And if we delete that and refresh. Okay, something went haywire. That should be decrypt wallet. So wallet decrypt. Go back to main. Wallet decrypt. Wallet decrypt. Maybe that would help. Wallet decrypt. We're in here. Name is decrypt wallet. Let's see, so we've got header. Header we're not overriding. It's only Let's see if we missed something in main here that is related. Or maybe I just don't see this very often because I normally save it. Oh, derp. Yeah, we missed something. Let's try that. Hey, look at that. Decrypt wallet. Encrypt sensitive wallet data stored in the browser. Decrypt. Maybe we'll say temporary. That looks wrong. Did I spell that wrong? Temporarily? No, that's right. I don't know why that looks so wrong to me right now. Temporarily decrypt sensitive wallet data. Okay, and if I do that, boom. All right, and if we refresh, awesome. Okay. So I'm actually going to amend the last. Look at that, we dropped it by another, what, 80 lines was that? Something like that? Okay. So commit, staged amend, yeah, do that. Okay. Then I want to do this and get push that. Right. All right, that is pretty dang nice to have those fixed. It is so weird that people come to a channel where on Rumble where I looks like I only have 2 or 3 videos or 2 or 3 watchers and then spam it to get other people to watch a different channel. Like, there's only like 2 people. Like, why don't you go to a channel that has like hundreds or something? It's like fishing in a small pond here. All right, awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm really glad, even though it took me longer than I wanted, I'm glad I spent the time on that because it's been just overwhelming how much stuff has been in here. Like, even this is still overwhelming me. It's too much implementation in the wrong place, and I want it in a different file. And that should be in a different file. Essentially, I want most of this file to be main and like activating the different components. I might actually, I don't need to log that anymore. I'll remove that real quick. So it should be mostly activating components, and at some point I might even get around to moving these implementations into the individual components as well. Yes, passphrase. All right. State passphrase, encryption password. Anything else worth? I mean, I don't really need to do that, but there's really no reason to keep it on a separate line at this point. Do I need after end? Let me check that real quick. So that's in decrypt, and at the end, what do we got? Oh, I don't need that. I don't think. What is it? Do I do anything about that in here? No, it doesn't look like it. So it's in dialog that we were trying to override, but I don't think I'm doing that for any of the other components. So unless dialog does not default to after end, which it does, there's no need to do that. So position after end is the default, so we can delete that. Okay, cool. Clean up, everybody clean up. All right. All right, so that's one more thing I want to do. It's not super important, but let's move onboard to the top. Encryption happens last. So that gives us onboarding phrase generate, or so phrase generate, backup if you're generating, or import, and then you encrypt or decrypt. Then you've got add. Yeah, okay, I like that order better. I will probably want to rename the scan contact rig because, or, I'm not sure yet. So the other thing I'm realizing here is we're probably for the request one, we're gonna need another dialog similar to scan like this, but it should show a QR code just like the new contact. That's weird to me. I don't know why those buttons don't. I don't know what's going on with these buttons. There should be arrows on them, I think. Let's see, input number. No, that's not it. HTML5 input number. Styling. That's what I'm looking for. See, there should be arrows. That's what I was expecting. See if I just hand jam this in there. This fixes it. Be in the styles and form. And just drop this at the bottom. Maybe there. No, we're not defining anything else. So let's see. Type number and refresh. All right, I'm confused. I don't know why that's acting like that. For Mozilla, for Chrome. What are they asking? Is it possible to apply style in the inner up arrow and down? I'd like to change the background of the up arrow to blue and the down arrow to red. Any ideas? So for Mozilla, Chrome, none of these, it doesn't change the color. Did any of them check the actual question? I feel like everyone ignored the whole background. Hey, look. Someone didn't, finally. I don't like the solution, and I don't think it looks great, but someone did it. It's crazy that the other ones are upvoted better. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I mean, in either case, I'll probably have to figure out our own solution anyways. So, whatever. Just weird. I feel like this is a recent change. I do wonder if it's related to the styling of the scroll bar. Maybe I should check that real quick. Where did I do that? Theme, maybe? Let's see if I comment that out. Refresh. Nope. I don't know. That's weird. Definitely made this look worse. All right, so request should pop up a QR code. Not a problem. The file doesn't exist. Refresh or something. But what is the problem is terminal isn't opening. Come on. Hmm. Okay, so the contacts we need to generate some addresses for. This is what I'm realizing before I try to get sending working in the pairing process. We've got a lot of this accounted for. So essentially here where we derive a wallet, we also need the bulk. Let's see if we still have it here. Bulk. Nope. Did I? Oh, batch. That's what I called it. Okay, so I don't think we need the for loop here. I think we do need that though. And we might not even need to await them. Let's see. So new contact. Addresses, final address index. So we might need that. So we probably will need this at some point, but at least for testing, I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. Maybe I'll just include it here. So batch address, I guess I could get addresses as well. So that would grab the address index while it's less than the batch limit, increase the index, derive the key, get the address, and return that information. And then addresses, get item, address, or empty. We extend the current address and we set it. Okay, but I have something that does the insight as well. For adders of addresses insight. Check wallet funds. Okay, so I suppose if as long as these get added to the addresses, they will get checked whenever the check wallet funds runs. So check wallet funds. So update all funds. Let's make sure this is going to work the way I'm thinking it will. And I'm going to make sure I didn't introduce any bugs. Let's wipe out the data real quick and start from scratch with contact pairing. Okay, so got the data cleared. We're gonna do this. So add existing, paste, Jojo, add, enter a password, encrypt. Looks like it loaded correctly. And then we're gonna add here as well. Take a different phrase and call this one Mojo. Okay. Sorry, that's a little too off screen. My apologies. Maybe I'll leave it about there. Got too many windows. Okay, and so we need to do new contact and new contact. So copy URI, we'll paste that here. Copy URI, and we'll paste that here. Add and add. Okay, so now this should have generated a bunch of addresses. I don't know if I logged them, but if we look at addresses, we have way more than 20. Well, I mean, not way more, we have double. And it entered the account index change. Okay, so it did add all of those. I want to see if I refresh. Will it check all of them for... Yeah, so it added the insight. Okay, cool. So now, I mean, they're all 0, but the reason I just thought about this is with all of them added like this and connected to creating a contact. Hey, Sam Zadek, how are you doing? All right, so with those added, we will actually be able to get the balance. And so once I get sending working, which could be very soon here, we can get that. What we should have is, and I'm not sure if this is designed, let me check. Maybe it's designed and I never realized it. Let's see. Go in there, send. Like that. Okay, so there was nothing designed beyond that I can tell. So we need on send, we probably need to confirm like, hey, you really want to send this? And on request, we also need to, instead of confirming, it should show a QR code. So I'm going to focus on send first, but it's another dialogue we don't have planned out. It's not designed. I mean, I could just send it and hope for the best. Seems not ideal, but I mean, you know, it could work. Okay. So, Hmm. All right, so let's rename that to send confirm. Don't think we're gonna need. Well, I was gonna say we probably don't need this field, but let's see what the styling is like here. So row, label. Amount input. So I want to check that amount value. So let's do send here. I'm going to select that, and if I click send, that didn't work because the amount is missing. But if I undo that and refresh, send. Okay, but this time, let's see. So amount 0, amount 0, amount 5. Okay. So we're getting the amount, and we're going to need to pass it along here. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, so something like this. So send. Okay. Hmm. Let's see what icons I got. I'm gonna drop the icon for now. Just have cancel. Okay, and then this input should also change. Don't need that. Don't need that. Well, we need state contact. So let's delete all of that and say to state contact or Okay, let's implement send confirm. I'm gonna leave those for now because I might change that in a moment. Okay, let's see. If this opens correctly. Actually, I should have watched the... Okay, no errors that I saw. So that, let's say 1 and send. Interesting. Okay. So it did get the contact. Do. Ooh, that's what I should do. Outline. Let's see if that... Oops. And then also contact dot name or alias. Okay. So send 1. Yeah, that ain't ideal. I need to get something working there. I mean, I probably have half done styles, but why isn't this? Because it's not flex? Is that what's happening? Okay. So it's not a flex element. What if I do section instead? Whoops, that's not what I want. Still no. It's really annoying me that it's resetting the indentation every time I do that. Still no. Okay. What about if I drop the label? Let's see if the SVG is treated as a block level element. It is not. Okay. It's interesting to me that it doesn't get styling correct. So what do we got? What's it doing the weird order? There we go. So I was more or less wanting something like that, except without the blue hover. So I might need to override these reset things. This is also a reset button though up here. So I think I need to target the footer one. So let's do form, let's see, reset. Or is that in dialog? That's in dialog. All right, let's do dialog then. it is interesting to me that that didn't improve or change anything that I can see. But let's go ahead and copy that. Okay. That is something. Kind of weird though. What's going on here? So background. Does it have an outline around it even though I said outline 0? What's happening here? That looks like there's a blue outline when I hover over it. Dang it, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, it did. It was getting some weird blue outline. But I think that now that I've verified that, I'm okay if it stays like that. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Oh, that's why it's complaining. Because there are no form elements here. Hmm. Oh, that's what I was somehow missing. A div with class field. Let's see what that does. I think... Did it mess things up? I think it messed things up. Yeah, it messed things up somehow. That's odd. Removing padding adds a scroll bar. Wasn't expecting that. Why did that happen? Article. Okay, that's something. Guess that field set is kind of important. Oh. I was expecting that to fix it. Oh, that's probably why. It's probably in here. Min width 100. Min width 44. That's probably it. Okay. It's a lot better than it was. That's for sure. Sure would like. Well, let's look at the design. So that is centered. Okay, maybe that's what I should do, is find the styling for this and use this. Doing it all hard here. So dash balance. Big caption, title. Well, maybe that's what I should do. Figure. Might regret this. But I might not. Guess we'll find out. H2 plus div. Header. Okay, there's no H2, so that's not happening. Main header. That is, so maybe you take this here. And we take this here. We wrap the figure in an article. Man, still sucks. Why is it sucking so bad? Article, figure. Maybe let's maybe that's not helping. On margin. Probably not that. Let's see. Well, honestly, it didn't do anything. Doesn't look like it was affecting it much. Figure, display flex, line height 1. That don't look right either. Hmm. Oh, I know. Uh, this is at least part of why it went haywire. Let's see if that improves anything. Nope, not one there. Delete that. Come on. Still no? You kidding me? It's got more of the settings this time. So article and figure. All right. That doesn't have any settings. I guess fig caption. I don't have a fig caption. So none of this was working. What? So header, figure, fig caption. Let's try adding that then. Big caption. Hey, look at that. That's a little bit annoying, but looks a lot better. I am now curious though what we could disable. Okay. So with that, so form, article, figure, flex, none. And what else does it have here? So article. Delete those. Max min width. Those. And then flex center, and delete this. Go center and center. Okay. Adding does not affect it. And I think I like it better without the flex. So that, let's see, looks a lot better. And I'm wondering now if we come back here and we duplicate this, instead of amount, we put in that and we say 2. You know, we probably don't need the title here. Okay. Ooh, that's not right. Let's see if that still works without that. Kind of. I don't know. Oh wait. I want an extra one. So send mojo 1. Okay. It would probably be better to say so this is already min width. Okay, that's not really affecting anything. If we disable that, and that's funny, why is that still getting it? That was figure. If we do align self, I realized something belatedly. Reset. Note is the wrong color. That matches the design better there. Okay. Got this. I don't. Maybe I do. I don't know. This is the only thing that kind of breaks with the rest of the design where it's kind of in the center. But maybe it's because of that that I feel like off to the side, this at least, like if you've got a longer name, it will have a padding because we had, let's see. Well, that's good to know. Article. That's odd. It's like showing something behind there. Another scroll bar. That's interesting. So maybe we don't want these to share. Why isn't that breaking? Feel like that should be breaking. This is actually annoying me a lot, so I'm gonna fix this because of how irritating it is. Send or request data list. So map. There we go. Now it doesn't show undefined contacts in there. And if we came here, we could do I'm not going to do this right this second, but maybe I should actually change this so that, oh, I guess it's not showing right now because I didn't set up the users right. But change it so that these have the names, and so duplicate this contact style and essentially show that. So you do send, you select here, you input this. Right here, it would show the little contact avatar with the name if it's there and the alias. So I think that would be good to switch to, basically like this. And then it would match the design better. So if I don't run out of steam inside this stream, I may get to that eventually, but right now this is decent enough. Template string inception. That doesn't look nearly as good. Ooh, maybe this is what I should do. And enter there, and that. That will get rid of all the white space when I kept inspecting this thing. See, so now if I edit it, I don't have all that white space. That's a little nicer. I thought I had already removed the font weight. Form, article, figure, fig caption, div. Fig caption. Div. Okay. Confirm, send to contact. All right, so to contact on send, and it did that. Okay. Let's modify this. So instead of doing any of this, it actually does it in send and confirm. Maybe we'll undo this and change it and say confirm sending to confirm send to contact. Okay. And we're not using out wallet anymore. Okay, let's refresh again and keep an eye on the logs. So send Mojo 1 send. Got to confirm. It did confirm send to, and then it did the contact and the amount. So we click send there, and that gives what we wanted. Okay. But I think the other thing we'd like to do is okay, so let's test that out real quick. It's not going to actually send anything, but it should go through the full process, or ish. Let's do that. So send Mojo 1, 2, 3 send, and it closes both. Awesome. That's what we wanted. I suppose we might want even one more that I suppose listens for the transaction and confirms it, but I don't know if we're going to do that right now. Heck, just getting it to actually send will be a good step. But we've essentially got this process in place now. Let's see. Form dot field. Gonna do that. Okay, so send 1 0.234 send 234 and not to send. The other thing we should test here, which this is not going to work already, I can tell. So we should change it around, actually. I was counting on sending the contact like that. Oh, actually, this would never get to send. It would actually skip it and close if you do an address. So we want we probably want to remove this outer wrapper and move it up here. So, 2 starts with or at sign, contact, find the contact. So then we could do, if intent is send, we could do it like that. And then let's see here. So what I kind of want is to take this and return. Let's see. Let 2 equal state contact name or alias. Okay. Now, all this is because I want to. Where are we at? This is this window right here, the dev tools for it. So I'm going to grab one of the addresses. For the 0 account index. 0, 0 it looks like. So I'm going to do this one. So with that, and then 1 and send. Okay, this is why we test things. So that is not what we want. Figure max width 100%. Okay. Let's add that just in case. So form figure max width 100%. And while we're here, let's see if we can do that word wrap. That didn't do anything. What about word break? I'm going to say break all. Okay. But ideally, this might be too big. Big caption plus div, text align left, and if there's a way to do this. So width, that's not quite what I want. I want font size, clamp 1, font size 3.5, font size 56. Let's see what something like this does. If it helps or hurts. What is this? The div, so that's fig caption div. Okay, let's see what that does. Crap, I need this dev tools again. I'm gonna keep it off to the side because it's kind of in the way when. Okay, let's copy that and paste it there. Okay, let's mess with this now. So That's not working how I want it to. Okay, what if I did 3.75 rem? What? That's dumb. Oh no. Copy, paste, send. Okay, what I want here is 3.75 rem is the preferred. The max is 100 width. class equals big. All right, let's see if that is good enough. Well, why is it? Oh, derp. That's my bad. So what if we went in here and said font size rem? All right, let's do that. So okay, and where'd our console go? I feel like that should have done more than nothing. Let's see. Send confirm. Yeah, it should have logged something. Ah, state contact. I did the same mistake as I did in the other one. So, wallet. State contact. Suppose the intent will always be. Hmm. 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 Oh, that's why it is freaking out. Oh my gosh, come on. Took me way too long to notice. Okay, come on. So let's test this real quick. I think it should get through better. Uh-oh. That's the problem. What do we do? Unexpected token if 121. Did I reverse this somehow? Where's this? Moved it off screen or something. Okay. All right, and send. We want, where's that? This one. Okay, send. And if we click send, it does that. So send to address D1. And what else is it complaining about? State contact is undefined. That's right. And then this, all it has is the address, but that's expected. Okay, or if we do it again, we should see, let's do Mojo that time. 1, 2, 3, send. Okay, confirm send to, and send uses the contact, and the address is different, and the amount is different. Okay. And it also gives us the address index. Which I suppose since this would be using outgoing. Oh, that's all we'd have for outgoing, regardless. Outgoing, we don't know the account index. So yeah, that's right. And it's different from the outgoing, so it incremented, okay. Ooh, okay. Oh man. All right, so something that I need to look at is crowd node, because I was dealing with some of the sending and receiving in crowd node. Let's see. June 20th, June 9th, June 20th, February. I should close the branches that are merged or whatever. Thirteenth. So we had in here encrypt, add wallet, generate address, EOP selector, backup, wallet button. I'm looking for send. Let's see that. Deposit. I feel like I'm missing something here. Stake. That's what I called it. Okay. So in stake, we use trigger to duff, crowd node, import. Maybe I wasn't doing, okay. So I wasn't actually doing the I wasn't doing the sending and that kind of stuff directly. I was using the crowd node API. So crowd node deposit. Let's see. That. So deposit is using a with. Dash core private key with to public key. So instant send. Okay, so it's creating a balance transfer via the Dash API. Which is essentially what we're doing in, is it utils here? No. So we've got dash site and let's see. So we're using that get instant balance for the address. And instant send. So send a signed transaction to the Dash inside API for relay and broadcast to the Dash network. And so this uses dash TX. Actually, I've worked on something more recently than this. So feed input value into op return on create preview transaction hex broadcast via server. Okay, so this was worked on quite recently, comparatively speaking. So it uses dash HD keys phrase site and TX. Okay, so this is, I think, more or less the functionality that I need to implement. Minus, I don't think we really need to worry about sending memos right now. The transfer dash. Oh, actually, I think I built this in a way that I could just import this and use it, which is what this stuff was showing, I think. So here we, what? Is there a dash memo? Dash incubator memo right there. So in the app, let's see. So instant send from dash memo. Broadcast client memo. TX hex. Where does that come from? So broadcast forward ref. So TX broadcast handle submit form data from entries broadcast client memo broadcast server memo. Test. Ah, that's right. Okay, so I made this example using Next.js to demonstrate how you could create a client versus a server, and depending on how your that's annoying. So what's that? App actions. App actions. So server memo. So those just trigger takes the TX hex and then sends it with instant send. So let's go back to memo. I'm assuming this is where the TX hex gets created. So use state, yep. So create client memo. We get a data address amount in the memo. We trigger a transfer dash, which is also in the memo. Okay, so that's how we get the transaction info. Then we set TX hex by grabbing, let's see, set TX info with TX, and then TX info transaction to string is how we get the transaction hex. Okay, so what I really want to see is get wallet balance, get UTXOs, dash TX sum. Okay, let's go back to the library that I had made. That's in packages dash memo index. So I think all of the utilities we actually need should be in this. So I might just need to refactor a couple of these to get things working. So get primary address. Don't know if we need that or not. Create dash transaction, I'm pretty sure we'll use. Transfer dash, that's the one I saw in the React stuff. So transfer dash, we give it the address to transfer to, the amount, the memo, and the log. So this goes get primary address. So Address key, primary address. If we have an address to PKH, encode or input arguments to appropriate form for transaction. Pub key hash, utils bytes to hex. So I don't need that memo. The coins is get UTXOs. Get UTXOs is... Aha! So we should be able to actually show this, I think. So if we go to the Insight Dash again, and for example, that not work? Okay, why didn't that work? Probably because it doesn't actually request that. Dagnabbit, where were we? There. So Insight base URL, that should be this. Although I guess, no, Insight Dash API. Okay, good thing I looked. So Insight Dash API / adder / Dash API / adder / UTX. Oh. Okay. So essentially, you find out if you have any funds connected to that address. So that's how you get the UTXOs. You read the JSON. What's that do? Just converts it to text. Data, you try to parse the text. Otherwise, throw an error. No response, okay. Add response, and then return data. Okay, so that's how we're reading the JSON and getting the UTXOs. So that gets UTXOs, loops over them, and says UTXO is -TXID. Output index is vault. Address, script pub key. So it just reshapes the information a little bit. And then that's how we get the coins. So the UTXOs is the coins. So with the coins, we go through the outputs, pub key hash, and Satoshis is greater than 0. Where do we get Satoshis? -TX, 2 sats, okay. So if you're not sending 0, This might be more specific to the memo stuff, so I think I don't need that. Don't need to worry about that. Pub key hash might be needed. Change output, and then so with the coins, and then you take the outputs. Okay, so what I actually need to do is see if AJ already has this kind of wrapped up. I don't mind modifying what I have here, but if AJ's already wrapped this up and it was just redone like this for the memo stuff, I don't want to recode or like remodify this. So AJ has done a lot. So that's why I'm like not wanting to redo or overdo work. So there's balance transfer. And this is an example of dash site. And let's see. WIF's address, UTXOs. WIF to private key. So a lot of this stuff is using WIFs, and I'm not sure. That's actually why I was looking at the memo stuff. Is I don't think we used WIFs in this. This was more using what is it? It's using the newer stuff AJ built, I think. So it's using the HD key stuff. So dash HD here. So from seed, you get the wallet key, blah, blah, blah. Address key, primary address. I'm assuming we use one of these for signing the transaction. So change output, primary key hash. So that's part of it. And then outputs. So legacy create transaction. Instant send. So send sendix. You create the transaction, and then I think that's, you take that hex from it. And you post it as a payload to sendix. And so that is how we would send the transaction. Okay, so now that I know it's doing sendx, I'm gonna see if, for example, this references it. Oh, hey, look at that. I referenced it. What was it? Let's see what I changed. Split. Instant URL. Read that. Stringify. So Insight has the instant send there, which I already had seen that. I just need to know how to create the transaction essentially, which I kind of just figured that out as well. So let's see. So I guess get UTXOs might do similar to that dash memo thing, or the memo thing. Yeah, the memo. What did I call it? Maybe I did call it dash memo. I don't know. Dash incubator memo. But that was all based off of AJ's work anyways, and I just kind of modified it to be import-export friendly. Get UTXOs, get transactions, get TX, get instant balance. So address to pub key hash. What's this do? Base 58. Pub key. No, that's not. So private keys. Private keys. Your private key here. Keys that correspond to the available UTXOs or UTXOs. Is private key the WIF or the recovery phrase? I'm assuming it's a WIF. What I don't recall is we can get a WIF. I think I removed that because we weren't really using it anymore. We didn't want to use WIFs. But that would have actually been in here, I believe. Right? No? No, it's not in here. It's in utils. So we had WIF in here. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? It's going all right here. Just trying to figure out the actual sending process. I've got this updated for sending, so you can select an alias. I mean, it's basically ready for me to connect it to data. So you get this confirm, and then once I've figured out how to generate the correct transaction, and you click that, it would send. It should also work with addresses. So if you were to drop an address in there and send, it should look like that, and it could also work. But that's what I'm trying to figure out right now is I'm going through dash memo and dash site to see how to actually set up the transaction. So I see we've got in instant send, we've got you create a transaction. So you do sign TX like that, to public key, address to pub key hash. Yeah, so what I'm actually wondering about here is AJ had written your private key here, and I'm assuming that means a whiff, not a recovery phrase. But I thought AJ had said we didn't need whiffs anymore, so I had removed that. But I know in CrowdNode here, I was using whiffs. So I'm wondering if I still need to generate a whiff of some sort to actually send. Where was that? So whiff to private key there. I think this is what I was looking for. So inside of this function from CrowdNode, I had a whiff to private key. I think at one point, oh yeah, so -hd to whiff. So I believe I had that here, and the equivalent function in the wallet is I have this derive wallet data, but I don't think I am doing a whiff anymore. Yeah. I removed the whiff, I thought, based on what AJ said. So, I mean, theoretically, I can generate it again. I'm just not sure that's what's needed. So await -hd to whiff, private key. So whiff to private key, key. So derive address, X key derive address. This key. Okay, so we could get that and derive address. We're doing that. So address key would have a public key and a private key. We've got the public one right there. Okay, so using the X key private key, I could generate a whiff. And if that's what's needed to sign the transactions, that shouldn't be that big of a deal. Just wasn't included as it currently stands. And then the other thing I was trying to figure out is how you get the UTXOs. It does look like there is a dash site get core UTXOs and get UTXOs. So I think I could just request those. And I'm assuming that lines up with what we did for the memo stuff. That's why I was looking at that, because I know I had worked on the memo stuff more recently than CrowdNode, so I figured it was more up to date. So memo, we weren't using dash site for some reason, maybe because we were doing it as an example. So I think, yeah, dash site just wraps that for get UTXOs. All right. have fun with the kids. I'm gonna keep working and see if I can get this payments going. I don't know why that's there. So, broadcast server memo, instant send. I don't want this one. I want... That's what I want. So, broadcast client memo. Handle submit. Intent is browser. Broadcast client memo. FD. So that's the form data. Okay, so handle submit. Form submit. Text area is TX hex. Where was this? Oh, that's nice. It's still up. So enter the message to broadcast. Enter a dash address and an amount. So we're triggering that with create transaction. Effect ref current. So it wouldn't be in broadcast here. It would be TX. Let's see. Create client memo. So what? There should be a handle submit in here, I'm thinking. Handle submit takes the form data from entries, creates the client memo, form data, and shows the modal for broadcasting. So client, create client memo, takes the address, amount, memo, address and amount or memo, the transfer dash, which is being pulled in from that. Okay. The transfer dash, that creates the transaction, I think. Address, amount, memo. You then grab txinfo transaction to string. So that's how we get the transaction hex. Info signed. Address, amount, memo. Signed. Get primary address. Okay, so I have looked at this already. So this is the most likely of what I'm thinking of is we derive stuff from the wallet phrase. We get the wallet key from seed of the seed bytes. We derive the path of the address key from the first key path. We get the primary address, address to PKH, private key hash, I think, bytes, and then the private key hash. Okay, so get primary address. So we must take, yep, private key hash. And if address, then hub key hash bytes. Hub key hash bytes address. And pub key hash from hash bytes. So we already do that, I think, inside here for the primary key. So that's how we're getting the primary key hash in the first place. I'm guessing this is if you change the address, so you need that pub key hash. With that, that's how you target the recipient. Which is that the first, that's the first thing to get pushed to the outputs is the recipient. Second is memo, if you have a memo. And then the last one, well, no, that doesn't get added to the outputs. It just gets sent as the third parameter to create legacy or legacy create transaction. All right, I think my mind is wrapping around this finally. And then tx info outputs. The change is the outputs change index. Sign the transaction. This is more or less what I've been looking for this whole time. So sign options, get private key, address key, private key. And you send that through to hash and sign all. All right, that's what I've been trying to figure out. Because I couldn't figure out how you actually sign the transaction. Like, not just gonna let you say, here's two public addresses, send the funds from this one to the other one. And that's why I was like, but where is this? So that's, I think, what happens. You create the legacy transaction. You take that and you sign it with your private key. So address key, private key. And I think that would, to come back here, it would map to address key here. And I'm not actually returning that. So I might need to return that to get the private key. Address key, private key. See, I'm getting the public key, and that's how we're getting the address. And then with the private key is also how you can generate the width. So I'm gonna need gonna add that, and it's gonna freak out, so I need to go to types and say stop freaking out. It's okay. Settle down, Spaz. Ooh, I don't actually know what it is supposed to be. I'm going to assume that. It's not complaining. So I'm going to assume it's that. HD key. HD key. HDX key. Maybe it's HDX key. No, that's already there. All right, I'm going to assume it's HD key. So address key. And with that output, we would be able to get access to the private key, which means we can create a transaction and let's see, with -tx create, we can hash and sign all. And then that would create the transaction. Okay. Starting to make sense in my noggin. And then that's where we get Okay, wait. Back here. Where's it getting? Get primary key. Dash phrase to seed. Wallet phrase. Okay, where's wallet phrase coming from? All right, it's just added at the top. Okay. Which we're getting this here, so we should be good. Primary address. Like that. The other thing that I'm wondering is, actually, maybe I can find out. Let me see if this will work real quick. I have, one phrase. It has a very small amount of funds in it, and if I import that instead of this current one, let's see, add existing. Okay, this should be processing and update the funds if it gets the data that I'm thinking of. So addresses. This should have updated. Insight is empty for all of them. Did it get blocked or something? Doesn't look blocked. For some reason it didn't load any of those though, and it should have. I guess I'm gonna refresh and see if that will do it. But yeah, at least one or two of these should have some funds. And they're empty insight blocks. So let's refresh. Ah, it's updating something. Oh, there we go. Sweet. Now I just have to find which one is the balance. There we go. So this address has 3 UTXOs. Did I filter this insight data and filter out something I needed without realizing it? Not types. What was that? This. So store address, set item. Oh yeah. Okay, that's what I was expecting. I don't know why that didn't work the first time, but there should have been a bunch of these. And actually with those showing if one will have the freaking balance. There, finally. Okay, that's certainly looking like something got filtered out. Now the question is, did I do it or did the API do it? So it returns like that, and I got UTXO amounts. So all of them have the same address. They have different transaction IDs. Different, all the same script pub key. And they have the different Satoshis for each of them. Okay, so that's why we want to find insight here. So we've got insight, get instant balance. If res, we set wallet funds is equal to res. I'm gonna disable this real quick because I want to see this log here. All right, let's clear refresh. There we go. That's some info I wanted. So address string. Okay, so get instant balance is actually filtering this in a way I don't want. I mean, you know, maybe it's okay. Maybe it doesn't matter that. Let's see. So the real thing that you get the UTXOs. So it's all unspent transactions, the usable coins for the given address. Do not use get core to. Okay, that's good to know. This does not include output index. Okay, the other thing I want to and should look at is, oh my gosh, I hate when that happens. What am I looking for? I'm not finding it. This is what I'm looking for. So this is what this project was originally going to be based off of, was the dashwallet.js. So it's more than possible that I can find how CoolAJ86 was doing this. And let's see. Balances, generate pay wallet, complete pay wallet, generate address, generate, create. Okay, never mind. What? What's going on? That's dumb. Why isn't that working? Why is it defined in two places? Wallet, create transaction. That might be why. There's lots of hash sign, so there is something here. There is a there. Create donation transaction. Sign to target. Sign fee walk. So let's assume it's one of these. Create transaction. Wallet inputs addresses, Satoshis now, stale time. Inputs. Transaction info raw, wallet denominate. Inputs addresses, Satoshis now. Must select inputs. Get balance. Faux TXOs from inputs. Now what would be really cool is if GitHub kept, you know, a history as you were clicking stuff, so you could actually go back. I guess it kind of works. Maybe this counts. It's better than nothing. So get balance, UTXOs, reduce. So that's assuming the. Wait a second. What does must select inputs do? Inputs. Select optimal UTXOs from the Dash API. Where's that coming from? Dash API. Okay, that's coming from here. So denominate, must select inputs to there. If it has inputs, it returns the inputs. Okay. That's interesting. If it doesn't, then it does full transfer. So if there's no Satoshis, it's a full transfer. Coins, wallet, UTXOs. Select optimal UTXOs. If inputs dot length, create insufficient funds. Otherwise, it returns the inputs from the selected optimal. Okay. And then it uses those inputs to get balance and just reduces them into a number or a value of the wallet. So balance to dust fixed. All right, holy guacamole. This is doing a lot more than all the other stuff I was looking at. Dust to fix, Sweet Marie. All right, I was tracking everything else pretty decently, but this is so much more information and so just like a wall of text. Oh, it's making me think I might need a break. Get next pay adders. Adders info. Yeah, so originally we were going to be using this wallet in the front end, but for some reason we're not using it now. Maybe because it was built maybe not specifically for the command line, but enough that how you store the data that you're working with is different based on if you're storing it like we are in the browser storage here. So we either had to do local storage, which has a smaller size limit, or we would have to do it in IndexedDB, and it just changes the way you can store things. And because of that, when you're trying to convert from command line to IndexedDB or local storage, it's just a different makeup, I guess. So yeah, so we didn't end up using it thus far. I think at some point we might have try and reconcile the two. I mean, a lot of what went into this command line wallet, this is the wrong one. Where am I? This one. A lot of what went into this has affected all the other libraries too, so it's not like all the work is useless, but man, just looking at this, it's harder to keep it straight in my mind. It's complex enough that I think I might do okay with it if I was fresh. But, you know, I'm coming up on 7 hours into this stream. Like, I am no longer looking at things with fresh eyes. I'm looking, you know, like, it's quitting time almost. Send with change back to main wallet. I really want to send with this, with what I've been working on. I might just start trying stuff. Well, what is Zaphod Beeblebrock? What is it? Zaphod Beeblebrox? Beeblebroad? Say in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in the movie. So, what is it? Do some damage or something? I don't know. I'll have to find that clip later. Okay, so I think without trying to, like I said, I'm not fresh. There's no way I'm going to be able to sort my way through the Dash wallet stuff right now, but I think I might be able to manage the Dash site if I could freaking find it. I need to close some tabs. This is driving me insane. Or I could even try to import this. I don't know. see, dash site. I'm going to close CrowdNode UI for now. Dash site. That was it. Found it. And close this for now. I'm going to close that for now. I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to close that temporarily for now. Okay, so now dash site. Okay, so this dash, let's actually look at this multi-send too. I kind of glanced at the balance transfer, but not the multi-send. So let's see. Multiple input, multiple output send. An example of making payments to multiple addresses from UTXOs owned by multiple keys. Interesting. From multiple UTXOs owned by multiple keys. This is what we might need. Let me see here. Whiffs. Dagnabbit. So payment pairs, length, payments. So that's the example. That's only one though. Payment pair. Split. each UTXO to be spent must be signed by its corresponding key. So inside UTXOs, get those -site to core UTXOs. Site UTXO. Okay, so what I'm thinking here, and I kind of walked through this in the last stream, is let's see if I still have it open. This thing. So now I'm thinking maybe the HD path doesn't map to the UTXOs. The UTXOs are a different thing. So it's not like this. Each address, if I'm understanding it correctly, can have multiple UTXOs, which are essentially coins, if I'm understanding that. Right, so UTXOs push, debug, create transaction with the UTXOs, the keys, the payments. This again might be too much. So I might need to do something like this. And the reason is, with how we're setting up this wallet to work, where you can have multiple contacts and they're sending funds to you at different account indexes, I think you're going to have funds spread all over the place at different account and address indexes. So unless you want to consolidate those and lose fees, you may have situations where you just want to find anything and everything. It doesn't matter if, you know, you've got a contact, John, you know, John Doe, and you've got Jojo here. So maybe that's a bad example. Let's say you've got John Doe and Bob. All right, so you've got John Doe and Bob. And then you add a new contact of Alice. So you don't care if the funds likely were sent to you by John Doe or Bob or Alice, but if you need to pay any one of them, you just want the ones that makes the most sense. So I do think I think that's where this multi-send would come into place. Is I'm thinking you would go through all your wallets, but the way we're doing it right now is when you generate these wallets that you can receive to, let's go back there. Where was that? Oh, I don't really have it, but this is one of the things I fixed earlier in the stream. Is we have all of these addresses, and when you generate a new contact, it generates a bunch of new addresses as well. So we just need to loop over the data we have here, and just like I already verified, dang it, which one was it that had the balance? There it is. I missed it. Went one too high. All right. Okay, so we would just loop over everything inside the storage here and go, hey, do any of these addresses have a balance? Okay, what we're looking for is we want to send you know, 1 dash, and I know total we've got 5 dash or something like that. But you might find that in one address you've got UTXOs that add up to, you know, 0.5, and then you've got another that adds up to 0.1, and another that adds up to 0.3. And so if you're trying to pay someone 1 dash, you might want to use whatever can get you closest to that number before you end up breaking change, because otherwise you're like, you might also have one that's worth, you might have one address that has UTXOs that are worth say 2 dash, and so you might not want to break that. You know, if you don't need to, you might want to break smaller ones or keep it smaller, whatever. You just want it to add up so that you send the 1 dash, and then probably eliminate superfluous information or data you're storing. You know, less data you have to store, the better, in my opinion. So if you use up something, you would then be able to zero it out, and not like, you don't need to track all of that information, essentially. Blah, blah, blah. Long story short, right now, we've got all of these under the same wallet, but they could be under different account indexes and address indexes, just like we're seeing here. So that is where this multi-send thing, I think, would come into play. Is you might need to send from multiple of them. Although it does make me think that this is owned by multiple keys, and that might translate to multiple recovery phrases. My apologies. I am getting some responses to questions about this stuff. Resize that. Hmm. Sorry, I've been so silent. I am responding to some messages, trying to get this figured out, going over this stuff, and okay, so let me back up. I don't know if I need to provide these. I don't remember. He's showing them, I think, to show that you could override them, but I think they default to those. So that is actually making this more verbose and harder to see. Can't see the forest through the trees type of thing. Rather than just a concise example, I'm getting overwhelmed. But I mean, a large part of this is, I've been programming for over 7 hours now, and was looking into programming stuff for a couple hours before that. So, my brain's tired. It's hard to wrap my mind around this stuff right now at this level of fatigue. So, kind of feeling like I'm not going to get the send working right now. All right, you know what? I'm going to wrap up here. I'm tired. I ain't going to finish this. Not right now. All right, so thanks everyone who tuned in and chatted a little bit. I guess I didn't have as much chat today as I did the other days, but it's much appreciated when y'all reach out and say hi. And please consider liking, subscribing, following, sharing, commenting. Yeah, anything else, it's appreciated. And I